Meeting of August 10th, caucus meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And was this meeting advertised in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act? Ms. Brock?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as published.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
The agenda for
The caucus.
caucus. I'd like to amend the agenda.
Okay.
Shall I make my amendments? Do I do it here or in the room?
It's been motioned and second.
Well,
You can do it.
Yeah.
do I do it here or in the executive session?
You can't
You have
do
to do
that.
it
Well, I'm
here.
happy to do it here, that's fine.
Yeah.
The first, I'd like to put on the agenda requesting an executive summary regarding the quick inquiry.
Okay, there will be just so you know, there will be an update on that by Robert A. Church
Today.
today.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda currently, so you may want to add it.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get on, is to make sure it happens. So you're saying that I don't need to have it on the agenda, it will
Parliamentarian,
happen.
do we need to add it then?
Yeah, if we're going to be discussing it in executive session, then it needs to be on the,
But he is prepared. Robert A. Church is.
I'm making a motion that it appear on the agenda.
Okay,
safe.
update on the quick.
Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All right, so we do the amendment first. All in favor of the amendment to get an update on the quick company? And that is unanimous. Thank you. And Mr. Cunningham is here. All right, now going back to the original motion.
Well, I have another
Oh, okay.
amendment that I'd like to pose.
All right.
In conformity with a number of
Texted you.
councils within the state, I'd like to put on the agenda a matter for discussion to eliminate the county attorney's office here in Beaufort County as it's now structured, so that the county attorney would report directly to county council. And I would like to have that on the agenda as a matter for some discussion today, for initial discussion, because it's our job to set policy, and I think this would be a new policy that would be set, where the county attorney would report not to the county administrator, but rather to county council.
that's your motion?
That's the motion.
Okay, so that requires a second on that?
Yes, it needs a second.
Second.
Thank you.
I have a question. Why wouldn't that be a public discussion?
Well,
Why is that
it might
executive
eventually be that when it comes out of there for a motion to be made to do something like that. But at the moment, I'm trying to get everybody to start percolating this idea, so when we can come out of the executive session at the next meeting, it may result in a motion that will be open to the public for
Okay,
discussion.
so we had a second, and we had,
Madam Chairman.
anyone else discussion? Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the discussion. I just question whether it should be an executive session. It should be almost an open session.
It will be, if we agree to proceed to change the policy, then a motion will come out of the next executive session for the public.
Any other comments or discussion of
I
the
agree with you, York.
motion? Any other comments?
Parliamentarian, would that be a topic for executive session?
It
I
could be
don't think so.
categorized as a personnel matter, but
Exactly right.
But
Thank you.
he's not our personnel. That's why I think it's a
It's not
public
personnel, it's
comment.
it's really a policy.
Right, it's a policy that should be done in public forum.
I wouldn't argue that probably out in public. But if you want to amend the agenda to have it in public, we can have that discussion in public. Fine doing that.
Well, I just don't know what everybody's mindset is yet, because a motion comes out of there, and there are 7 people that say, I don't like this yet. I don't think this is a good idea. I'm trying to generate some discussion so we can come to an agreement about it in our minds, so that everybody takes a position on it, being fully informed on what it all means. That's all.
Anyway,
I mean, we can't take a vote in there, so,
I know, I don't want anybody to take a vote.
yeah, all right.
Madam Chairman, I like the author of the motion, and I just want to let you know that I'm on both sides, and so I could go any way on this issue. I think the debate of and the principle of what we want to do is what I want to discuss, and I think that should be an open session. I don't have a problem
I agree.
expressing my views in open session about how I feel about that.
Okay,
agree.
anyone else have any comments or discussion? All right, we need a roll call vote on this amendment.
The amendment.
And it would need to be two-thirds.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote on this amendment to discuss an executive session eliminating the county attorney's office. Office? Is that?
Department rather than office. It's a department, isn't it? It's a department in the organization chart?
That means the entire department, because it's more than just the deputy.
No, well,
Okay. Okay, just for clarification.
more than the deputy what?
Attorney,
What are you saying?
you have other attorneys in that office.
We do?
We have 3 positions.
Yeah, but are they filled?
One of them sits right there, and the
Yeah.
other one's
Right.
Monica, okay.
Right, well, this will be part of the discussion.
We need to have a
Exactly.
executive session.
Okay, all right,
go
let's
ahead.
do a roll call vote.
Councilmember McAllen?
Yes?
Councilmember Cunningham?
No.
Councilmember Reeds?
No.
Councilmember Passmore?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson? No.
Councilmember Glover?
I'm going to say yes to move it along, hopefully.
Councilmember Dawson?
No.
Councilmember Bartholomew?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tabernick?
No,
Chair Howard?
No.
The motion fails.
Okay, so that amendment fails. Are there any other amendments before we go back to the original motion to approve the agenda?
Could you?
Oh, you want to tell us what the count was, please, ma'am?
6-4.
Okay.
Yes, 4, 6, no.
add it to the regular agenda.
Add it to the agenda for
Chairwoman?
discussion in public.
We
Add
haven't
it to
gotten
the
that
agenda.
yet. Have we?
Yeah, when we come to the regular agenda.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. you
No,
understand?
this was for caucus.
I understand.
Are there any other amendments to the caucus agenda the original motion? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as published and as amended to have an update on the Quick Company? All in favor by show of hands? All right, and that is unanimous. All right. So now we need a motion to go into executive session.
Madam Chair, if I may. Mr. McKellen, the council member discussion is number 5 after the approval of the agenda. This might be, without having to make any amendment, might be a good opportunity to discuss in
Oh, that's a good point.
in a little more
Yeah.
detail about what your thoughts are.
Yes, okay, council member discussion. Go ahead,
About what?
about your motion.
The one that
attorney.
failed?
The one that failed. You can do it according to the agenda. It's number 5 on the
I'll wait
caucus
for the,
agenda.
council meeting.
You want to wait till the council meeting? Okay, all right. So now I need a motion to go in executive session.
For the reasons.
For the reasons described, I will read them. Under South Carolina Code, Section 30-70-A1, to engage in discussions incident to employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release of a person regulated by a public body. Annual performance review of the county administrator. B, under South Carolina Code, Section 30-4-70A2, legal advice related to discussion of negotiations incident to the pending litigation or other matters covered by the Attorney General client privilege, Carroll versus Beaufort County and Beaufort County ZBOA, appeal of a variance denial. C, under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual arrangements and legal advice related to pending, threatened, or potential claim or matters covered by the attorney-client privilege, Beaufort County Treasurer versus Beaufort County, legal fees related to litigation. D, under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A1, to engage in discussions incident to employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release of a person regulated by a public body. Treasurer, proposed salary increases for employees. E, under South Carolina Code 30-4-70A2, legal advice related to discussion of negotiations incident to proposed contractual arrangements, impending, threatened, or potential claim, or other matters covered by attorney-client privilege, representation by HSB Law Firm, and waiver of potential conflict of interest between Beaufort County and Wells Fargo. And then the amendment would be F, would be the update on the Quick Group and what has happened with that to date. Okay? We have a motion? Do we have a motion? Need a motion to go in?
I'll move.
All right, thank you, Mr. Glover. Second,
I'll second.
all in favor by sign of hands. And we are now going into executive session in the other room. Thank you. now? Good afternoon. We do have matters arising out of executive session. Item number, the first item, we have,
I think they're coming out still.
You, Joe? Or
I
Larry?
have item E.
okay. We're going to take up item E first. Do we have a motion coming out of executive session concerning item E?
Yes, this is the waiver of a conflict of interest with HSB law firm that they have with Beaufort County and Wells Fargo. I move that council authorize the administrator to execute all legal documents to waive any potential conflict of interest the HSB law firm may have in the representation of Beaufort County and the Beaufort County Treasurer's Office as it relates to Beaufort County's various banking contracts, to include the Paystar contract and HSB's relationship in representing Wells Fargo Banking.
We have a second?
A second.
A second by Councilman Glover. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor by show of hands, and we have one nay. Did you get that, Ms. Brock? Okay. Item number, we have another action. Item A, do we have a motion regarding that one?
At the Evan Carroll
No,
matter?
not A, I'm sorry, B. I'm sorry, B.
Is that Evan Carroll matter?
Yes.
Is that the Evan Carroll matter? Okay. I have a motion. This is the Evan Carroll versus Beaufort County and Beaufort County Zoning Board of Appeals. I move the council authorize the county attorney to negotiate a settlement agreement in the case of Evan Carroll versus Beaufort County and Beaufort County Zoning Board of Appeals in accordance with the terms as discussed in executive session, and for the administrator to, or his designee to, execute all relevant and necessary documents to effectuate settlement of the case and dismissal of the appeal.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Councilman Passman. Any discussion?
Madam Chairman, I'm just going to vote no on this at this time because I think,
I would just call a roll call.
I think we need a roll call vote
Okay.
then. Yes. Any other discussion or questions regarding this motion? All right, Ms. Brock, can you do a roll call?
Councilmember McGowan?
Yes?
Councilmember Passament?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeds?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Glover?
no.
Councilmember Dawson?
Yes.
Councilmember Cunningham?
No.
Councilmember Bartholomew?
No.
Vice Chair Tabernick?
Yes.
Chair Howard?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-3.
Okay. There being no other business out of executive session is now adjourned, and we will have a 5-minute break while we switch over TVs and all those good things.
Going first.
Hey, is this you?
Because I don't know what's happening.
Somebody just handed me that?
Thought you stabbed yourself with a pencil.
He looks like a cop now that he's bald.
Which one is it?
Yes. Thank you. Alec, I don't think they're right. They mentioned possibly getting back in there, so I'm not sure. Gonna go. Chair Howard.
Just in case. I hear a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, and so, but the exit lights work. Okay, good evening. This is the meeting of August 10th, County Council meeting. Please rise. Ms. Tabernick will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and then stay standing for the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared for that if you like.
You're what?
Me?
I have the invocation.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Next time.
I mean,
Next time.
I'm happy to let you have it, but okay. Today I ask that the Lord rest his hands on our shoulders to guide the council in our decision-making. We know that God is not some distant entity, but present within this room and in our hearts. He will never forsake us, and so we are never alone. We welcome his guidance for our community. We ask this through his son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Short and sweet.
All right.
You want to do yours too, Larry?
We might need it with all this lightning and thundering. All right.
Yeah.
Ms. Brock, has this meeting been advertised in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
Thank you. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilman Passman.
Second it.
And a second by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor? Signify. Raising the hands. All right. Number 5 on the agenda is approval of the minutes. These are the minutes from Caucus and County Council, July 13th, which was held at Hilton Head.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I can't vote, I wasn't there.
Okay, all right. All in favor
I was
by
on vacation.
sign of hands? All right, and that is unanimous for those who were there. All right, we have a proclamation at this time. I'd like for the people that are here for this to come forward, and I'll come down to read it. Get anything? No, okay. Would you like to, well, we'll read it.
I don't know why I
Need my
thought it was the
glasses.
invocation tonight.
Anyone else with you?
Howard, I think I am the lone representative today, I think so.
I saw General Graham.
Oops, sorry.
Okay. Whereas on August 18th, 1526, Spanish conquistadors bestowed the name Santa Elena upon the coastal region surrounding present-day Port Royal Sound, including the Broad River, Rio de Santa Elena. I need Larry to pronounce these Spanish words for me. And Hilton Head Island, Cabo de Santa Elena, now part of Beaufort County. Whereas the naming of Santa Elena, rendered in English as St. Helena, represents one of the earliest documented European place names within the present-day United States. And whereas in 1566, under the direction of Admiral Pedro Mendez de Alvias, is that right?
Aviles.
Aviles.
Very good.
My college Spanish left me. Spain established the settlement of Santa Elena on the present-day Paris Island, making it one of the earliest European towns in North America and the capital of Spanish La Florida. And whereas from 1566 to 1576, Santa Elena served as Spain's principal administrative, military, religious, and exploratory center in the southeastern region of North America. And whereas from Santa Elena, Captain Juan Pardo and other Spanish explorers launched expeditions into the interior, reaching what are now South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, and beyond in search of the overland route to Mexico. And whereas the history of Santa Elena is deeply connected to the indigenous peoples whose ancestors inhabited the region for thousands of years before the European arrival, and whose enduring cultures and legacies remain an essential part of Beaufort County's story. And whereas decades of archaeological research have established Santa Elena as one of the North America's most significant sites for understanding early European and indigenous interaction, and the United States Marine Corps has preserved its integrity as the nation's most pristine 16th century colonial archaeological site. And whereas year 2026 marks the 500th anniversary of the naming of Santa Elena, providing an opportunity to honor its enduring historical, cultural, and educational significance to Beaufort County, the Low Country, and the nation. Now, therefore, it is resolved that Beaufort County Council does hereby proclaim August 18, 2026 as Santa Elena 500th anniversary day and recognize its enduring significance to the history of Beaufort County, South Carolina, and the United States, and encourages residents, educators, historians, cultural organizations, tribal representatives, community partners, and visitors to participate in commemorative events and educational initiatives throughout 2026 that celebrate, preserve, and share the remarkable legacy of St. Helena for future generations. Dated the 10th day of August, signed Alice G. Howard, Chair, Beaufort County Council. And I think, as Larry Rowland always says, history started in Beaufort County.
That is correct, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'll just say a few quick words here. First, I represent two organizations today. One, the Beaufort County Historical Society. The second, the Santa Elena Heritage Foundation here. And we really appreciate what County Council does for us, solving a myriad of problems with a minimal amount of resources. We recognize what you've done. One of the things that Beaufort County has an excess of is history. And of course, Chair Howard talks about Larry Rowland, who says all American history begins in Beaufort, South Carolina. First time I heard it, I rolled my eyes and said, sure as if. The more I learned, the more I realize he is right. Think of this, next Tuesday, a week from now, Beaufort County will celebrate the 500th, not the 250th, the 500th anniversary of documented European presence in Beaufort County, South Carolina. Older than the Pilgrims, older than Jamestown, older than the Lost Colony in North Carolina, older than St. Augustine. It belongs to Beaufort County, South Carolina. If we don't tell our story, the state of Florida certainly will not. So anyway, we thank you for recognizing this and for this, and we'll see you next Tuesday on site at Paris Island to commemorate the actual event. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you. I need to amend the agenda. Day late, dollar short, I'm sorry. I make a motion to amend the agenda to include us returning back to executive session or caucus at the end of the meeting. We have some unfinished business.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Oh, you have a comment? Or are you just voting, Councilman Glover?
Oh, I'm voting.
He's quick on the vote.
All right, all in favor by sign of hands?
And just so the public knows, we're doing in respect for your time, so you weren't sitting here for another half hour, so, or whatever long it takes us.
Okay.
Did it pass? I don't think it
I
passed.
think we need a roll call because
Yes.
it went quickly.
Didn't pass? Okay, go for it.
Vice Chair Tabernick,
Yes.
Councilmember Cunningham,
Yes.
Councilmember Reeds,
No.
Councilmember Passament,
No.
Councilmember McKellen,
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson,
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember Glover,
Yes.
Councilmember Dawson,
Yes.
Councilmember Bartholomew,
No.
Chair Howard.
Yes,
The motion passes.
okay.
Thank
What
you.
was the count, please?
7-3.
So, thank you. All right, going back to our agenda, item number 7 is Administrator's Report. Mr. Moore,
Now the agenda as amended.
as amended. Thank you. We're good to go.
Now you need to
Oh,
approve the agenda as amended.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right, now, I need a motion, I need us amended, all in favor of, as amended. Hands. Okay, all right, we're good now. All right, thank you. Mr. Moore.
Hey, good evening, Madam Chair, Council. We have a few recognitions tonight. First, I'd like to start with, we've got Grace Cordial here as for retirement. So here she comes. All right. How are you? Do you have family here?
I do not.
Okay. So since February 1999, Grace has served as manager of the Beaufort District Collection, Special Collections and Archives Division of the Beaufort County Library. For more than 26 years, she dedicated her career to preserving, protecting, and sharing the rich history of Beaufort, Hampton, and Jasper counties. Through her stewardship of archival collections, local history programming, digital collections, and genealogical resources, she has helped to establish the collection as one of the South Carolina's premier repositories. She's assisted thousands of patrons and researchers from across the nation and around the world, while her commitment to preserving the community stories has ensured that future generations will have access to the history that defines the Low Country. Her professionalism, knowledge, and unwavering dedication have left an enduring mark on the county, and her legacy will continue to inspire researchers, historians, and residents for many years to come. As she begins her well-earned retirement, she looks forward to spending more time with her 12 grandchildren, exploring more of the world through travel, and continuing her lifelong pursuit of history and learning. We'd like to thank Grace for extraordinary service to Beaufort County and wish her every happiness in the next chapter. So congratulations.
Would you like to say something?
It was a good run, but it's over.
And I see Miss Amanda back there in the back, too.
Way to go.
Love it. All right.
Okay, next, we have pending ceremonies. We're going to start off with Cornelius Levon, Sergeant with the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office, 15 years of service. Hey, how are you? So, yeah, this is good. So Sergeant Levon joined the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office in July 2011 following his retirement from a 20-year career in the United States Marine Corps. During his career with the Sheriff's Office, he served as Animal Control Officer, Southern Patrol Deputy, Criminal Investigator, and Evidence and Property Technician. He also served as a member of the Crime Scene Unit. He's a past recipient of the Hilton Head Island Rotary Club Officer of the Year Award and Top Marksman Award in the Glock Division. So congratulations. A certificate for you. And a pin.
Would you like to say something? No?
Good? I'm good, thank you. All right, well, thank you. Okay, next up, we've got Felicia Jenkins, Administrative Specialist with the Register of Deeds with 20 years of service. Hey there, is that your family here?
It is.
Do they want to come?
My husband and my daughter.
Great. So, Ms. Jenkins is one of two senior clerks in the Register of Deeds office. She's very knowledgeable in all aspects of state, county, and local laws and ordinances that deal with the recording of real estate records. She is hired as a real estate recording technician, and through the years of dedicated work and experience, she's progressed to administrative specialist. So congratulations, and here's your certificate. I'll get a picture for you. Here's your pen. You had any comments?
Octavia, thank you all for everything. Working for your county has been a privilege, and I'm continuing, hopefully, to retire in the next couple of, well, not in a couple, maybe in another 5 or 6 years. But I thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Family up for photo with the award recipient?
Yeah, your family come up for a
Yeah,
picture?
you can come up.
Don't
We
be
got one with
shy.
her. Okay.
Just embarrass your
got
daughter.
one
Come
with
on
her.
up, yeah.
I think we're good.
Okay. Okay, next we have Eric Warren, sign technician with Public Works for 20 years of service. Mr. Warren began his career at Beaufort County on August 14, 2006, and has served the county proudly for 20 years in Public Works and traffic engineering. As county sign technician, his attention to detail, extensive knowledge, and commitment to quality help ensure that county signage is properly installed, maintained, and kept in excellent condition. He's highly motivated and dependable, and become the trusted one-stop shop for matters related to street signage. His professionalism, strong work ethic, and dedication made meaningful contributions to safety and the appearance of Beaufort County's transportation infrastructure. So thank you. Certificate. And then you got a pen as well.
Yes, sir.
Any comments you'd like to make?
I just want to say, first of all, I just thank God, who's the head of my life. Second, I just want to thank my wife for staying by my side, and I'd like to thank my boss, Bradley, Mr. Jared. I don't quite know everybody else, but thank y'all as well. I was a young man when I came here. I was 18 years old, didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life at the time, and my dad told me either you go to the military, college, or get a job somewhere here. So chose Beaufort County, been here ever since, and just enjoyed and just look forward to retirement. And I just think everything everybody does. So appreciate y'all. Have a good one.
We got one.
Okay, next up, we have Alvina Avery, Operations Manager of the Auditor's Office, 25 years of service.
Wow.
I notice the auditor himself is here, so he's going to get photos. So 25 years of service. Ms. Avery has held many positions for the last 25 years in the Auditor's Office, including Manager of Business Personal Property, Supervisor, Training Manager, Assistant Deputy Auditor, and Deputy Auditor. She works closely with the South Carolina Department of Revenue as an auditor for corporations, merchants, and all business accounts. These accounts total over $20,000 and are worth over $366 million for the county, all while she assisted employees and customers with extensive knowledge. So 20,000 accounts, to correct that. So thank you, and congratulations. You get a picture? You want one? Okay. Here's your pen. If you'd like to make any comments.
I just want to thank everybody for the support throughout the years. I couldn't have done this without my other employees that are not here, but I appreciate all the work that they have done to make me look good.
No, thank you.
Okay, next we have Pam Baxley, Senior Accounting Technician for Register of Deeds with 25 years of service. So Ms. Baxley's been an integral part of the Register of Deeds office for the past 25 years. She's a mountain full of information that spans multiple years in the development of Beaufort County. She loves research and the combination of historical and modern development. So congratulations.
So is Colonel Baxley related to you?
Only after 5 until 7 in the morning.
Would he like to be in the picture? That's why I'm asking. I knew he was standing there for a reason. Would you like to be in the picture, Colonel Baxley? Why is everybody so shy? Okay.
I just thank council and Mr. Moore and Ms. Green for the opportunity to serve the real estate profession and the taxpayers of Beaufort County.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Jeffrey Morrill, Sergeant, Beaufort County Sheriff's Office with 30 years of service.
Very
Sergeant Merrill began working for Sheriff's Office in July 1996. In 2000, the National Exchange Club chose him as its Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. He was a patrol officer for 10 years, then joined the Sheriff's Office Civil Division, where he served warrants for approximately 15 years. He served civil papers for 2 and has worked at the Hilton Head Island Airport for 3 years. Thank you for your service and congratulations. If you'd like to make any comment.
been proud to work for the sheriff's office under Sheriff Tanner for most of my career. I couldn't do this without my wife, assistance, 40 years, my children who rode this ride with us, and the prayers from the people of Beaufort County to keep officers safe.
Okay, so that concludes our recognitions. Next up, I want to give you all an update on the where we stand with the transportation sales tax referendum. I provided you all some information prior to the meeting, but in November, the voters will decide on a proposed transportation sales tax referendum to fund critical infrastructure improvements supporting safety, mobility, and connectivity. This was a months-long process, and it was finalized to the adoption of Ordinance 2026/30, and where we stand with the public engagement and how staff is working to keep residents informed as this campaign moves forward. So our communications approach, we expect a lot of community conversation between now and November, and there'll be questions from residents, and that's good. These questions will give us a chance to provide facts, build understanding, and hopefully address any misconceptions. The approach is built around giving residents clear, factual, and accessible information so they can make an informed decision. We provided this to you all, but there are several strategies. The website went live today, and it's going to be the central hub for project information, funding explanations, FAQs, and ongoing updates. So what you can see in front of you is the website that went live today. And if you go to BeaufortCountyPenny.com, this is what will come up. And this is where the information will be provided for the public to access, as well as council members and anyone else that wishes to access this information. So you can see there is an FAQ section, and you can explore the referendum and then view progress where we are in 2018 referendum, and you got resources in any upcoming meetings. Next, on community outreach, we finalized an updated community presentation that's ready for council members and staff to use at town halls, neighborhood meetings, and stakeholder events. Printed copies are available, and a digital version is on the website. So if you want to take that and take that to a meeting or send it to constituents or ask staff to go, these are all options that are available for council members to use. Media relations, staff is going to set up meetings with local reporters to answer questions about the referendum and the projects. And on social media, we began posting content last week, and we'll continue to share updates, project highlights, and answers to common questions. We've posted I sent those social media links to you all. I think they're on the website as well. So if you want to go and click, I believe it's like Facebook, Instagram, those are all available on the website. So the public can go there and subscribe to the feeds or like them and get the information updates. So what we need from council is continue to serve as trusted voices in your districts, to share the factual information and point residents to these county resources when they have questions. And if you have a group in your district that would like a presentation, let us know and we can work to schedule that or support you all if you want to have those meetings yourself. And we'll continue to bring you regular updates on the public engagement. So that's all I have as far as presentation tonight.
Right, we have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Brock, would you call that BeaufortPenny.com back up? I went on there and I hit FAQs, and it's like somebody, got into it. It's a bunch of gobbledygook.
Yeah.
I didn't know how to say that. Can you call it up there?
So that version of the website did launch today at about 2 o'clock, and we were told that it's going to take about 2, 3, 4 hours to populate everything, and that should go away. But we do know that it's there, and it's going to go away.
It's been addressed with the consultant.
Yeah, it's got all the coding on it is what
It's
it
got
has.
the style code and the
Yeah.
CSS header at the top,
Okay.
but if you keep scrolling, all the data's underneath it.
Yeah. All right, so it'll be gone soon.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other question? Yes, Councilman.
Who would be the point staff for council members to contact if they want.
Well, I think initially, we've got our public information officer who can certainly, I mean, you can always contact me. I'm always an option. But if you have questions or if you want.
No question. And holding a town meeting.
Just, you can
in my
send me an
district.
email and we'll
Just
set
send
it
to
up.
you.
Yeah, send it to
Thank
me.
you, sir.
On something like that, send it to me and we'll get it scheduled like we normally do for town halls through the clerk's office.
I've never sent a town hall meeting to you, but I will send this one to you.
You can.
Okay.
Please do.
Okay,
Any other
thank you.
questions regarding the, anything else to report?
That's all I have for you all this evening.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we're at the point in our agenda for public comments. We have 8 people signed up. Is there anyone that did not sign up? Okay. Come forward. Former council member Herbert Glaze. If you can sign in, and I'm gonna go in order, you're gonna be last, but that's okay. All right. First on our list is John Neely and General Will Grimsley. I'd like to remind the public that this is 3 minutes to complete your comments. Everyone will address council in a civil manner. The council will not tolerate personal attacks on council members, staff, or any person or group. Racial slurs and profanity are not permitted. Okay.
Clearly understood, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Madam Chair, council members, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Major General retired United States Army Will Grimsley. I'm a resident of Beaufort, but more germane to this, I sit in Governor McMaster's seat as the chairman of the South Carolina 250, the Sesquicentennial Commission, which is the commemoration of South Carolina's American Revolution from the period of 2020 through 2033. We've just completed, of course, what most people think is the iconic moment of 2026, and it was big, and it's very important. And I'm joined here by John Neely and Randy Atkins, who are from your Beaufort County 250 committee. That day, 2026, was very important, but the war in South Carolina obviously continued much longer, all the way to the Treaty of Paris in 1783, and multiple battles and engagements across the state, and certainly here in Beaufort County. And the most iconic, perhaps, of them in a traditional sense is the Battle of Grays Hill, or the Battle of Port Royal Ferry, or the Battle of Port Royal Island. They're all the same thing. In February 1779, when you drive down Trask Parkway and you look at the Marine Corps Air Station on the right-hand side and the old Harris Pillow Factory on the left-hand side and the marker that nobody can find, that's part of the Grays Hill battleground. It's a very important battleground site for the American Revolution, certainly to Beaufort County, and it's one that's been terribly overlooked for a long time, and most people don't know where it is. Now's our opportunity to change that. So you're going to discuss later a resolution authorizing the county administrator to enter into a conversation about a memorandum of agreement to do something about that and to turn this battleground into what's called a passive park, but we don't envision this as passive at all. This is hallowed ground. Archaeology has shown that there are bodies buried there, or bodies under the ground there, British and American. 2 signers of the Declaration of Independence fought there. Thomas Hayward Jr. of the Beaufort District was wounded there. And this is a real opportunity for us to take advantage of and use national, state, and county organizations and interest and treasure and wealth to be able to turn something into this. So we have the interest from the SC 250, obviously. We have the American Battlefield Trust and the National Park Service with the American Battlefield Protection Program, who will come alongside us, the South Carolina Battleground Preservation Trust, and many others, to really be able to turn this into a park on the part that we can actually use. We believe that the best way to do this is to take the old Harris Pillow Factory building down, turn it into trails with interpretive signage, clear the foliage around so it will look much more like it did in 1779 with wide open ability to maneuver through trees with a good sight line. And in coordination with our friends in the Marine Corps, we would obviously adhere to the easement on the number of people because it is along the flight line. So it would restrict the number of people by day, which is what the current easement does, and really give an opportunity for all of our citizens, not just Beaufort County, but for people to come visit and really take the opportunity to see it. Split rail fencing, signage, everything we're doing on other battlegrounds across the state. And this is one initiative as part of the Liberty Trail, which is a nationally organized, the first digital opportunity to do interpretive capability and self-guided tours on battlegrounds. Grays Hill will be on the Liberty Trail once we're done with this. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to hopefully y'all approving this opportunity for us to work with the county administrator on this.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is Ann Ubelis.
And you gonna yell at us?
Of
course.
Of course, I would
As
expect
always.
nothing
Just
less.
making sure we're on the same page.
Good.
All right, I'm glad Mr. Moore came forward speaking about the sales tax. And you are well aware, I have stood before you on numerous occasions. I would say about, maybe this is my 6th or 7th time. And I asked you to amend the list of projects on the TST from 87 down to a manageable number, closer to 25 or 30, to reduce the amount from over $750 million over 9 years to less than half of that amount and that time. We asked you about the $200K you have directed to the public relations firm to educate us, to be to the construction management firm instead, redirect that to a construction management firm that will ensure that the projects are clearly defined, remain on course, and under budget, on budget, under budget, or time. How about awarding those who are under budget and time be rewarded, and those who go beyond and budget and time be penalized? We asked you to replicate the bond method that funded the school district projects. We failed to see our requests even being met halfway. So with the filing deadline for this referendum being the 21st of this month, we are now asking you again to hold it in abeyance. Your Facebook page that you just mentioned that just went up, when I left the house, there were 165 responses. Over 95% are negative. They remember the 2018 TST and 21 and 24. 2018 only had 20% completed. Only 20% of those 29 projects are completed. They have no faith in you doing 87, much less 20%, much less 1% at this point in time. The penny tax, you call it, in fact, is 16.7% on the sales tax increase. To each household, it's just under, per person, $4,000. Multiply that by 4 people, that's $16,000 per household, this penny tax. So why not hold it in abeyance and pass it on to the new council? The constituents are voting in new faces for new policies. So please, I'm asking you, go out with dignity and a grateful public, rather than reviled for the tax burden and a possibly long list of uncompleted projects. If you do so, you will have earned the respect and gratitude of the people. You will have left a legacy that you can be proud of, not one that we feel that you will want or enjoy. So please hold this in abeyance, place it in the hands of the incoming council, and let them own it, amend it, and place it in their own endorsed ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellis. Next on our list is Jason
Dammer like hammer.
Dammer. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. I can't remember exactly when I first noticed the flock cameras popping up along my normal routes to and from work, home, and really everywhere I travel, but I know exactly how it made me feel. Watched. When I started reading up on flock and these new devices, I realized a few things. First, ALPR, or automatic license plate reader, is a misnomer, and maybe an intentional one. Flock cameras record much more about a vehicle than its plate. In fact, Flock uses a marketing slogan on its website: no plate, no problem. Flock cameras can identify bumper stickers, vehicle damage, toolboxes, roof racks, the list goes on. Did you know that it captured that level of detail? Second, Flock is far from the only show in town. Other cameras in the county come from vendors like Verkada and Digital Watchdog, which advertise their facial recognition technology. These cameras can tell who you are, what you're wearing, what you have in your hands, and more. This county has spent over $600,000 of our money on these devices, blanketing our towns with a web of surveillance that, as Sheriff Tanner accurately but frighteningly explained, can track us all over the country. And that's not a mistake. Country, not county. As if the Flock cameras didn't have enough capability, they also sell microphones to mount beneath the cameras. Flock will tell you these are for gunshot detection, but a microphone is a microphone, and it hears everything, from gunshots and fireworks to music and conversation. Flock sells drones, too. Drones as a first responder is the slogan for these. And by the way, Flock, is that a term for the swarms of drone this company plans to put in the air? Flock is a 9-year-old company run by a 38-year-old tech entrepreneur who thinks he can literally eliminate all crime in the next 10 years. There's no one in this room naive enough to think that that's true. I do believe that this body's goal in approving these cameras was a noble one, to assist law enforcement by giving them tools to solve cases. I support law enforcement. I support that goal. However, this technology comes with massive downsides for Beaufort County residents. First is the damage this will do to the concept of community policing. Citizens who feel monitored by artificial intelligence no longer feel as if they are in partnership with law enforcement. Officers who observe citizens from behind a computer monitor will lose the perception that the people are their peers and they their servants. Second is the tremendous liability that this opens for the county and its agencies. It's likely that everyone in this room tonight has had their data or identity stolen from a company or agency that swore to protect it. Flock will be no different, and the citizens will pay for it. This system and the vast amount of data it collects represents extraordinary power. The temptation to abuse this power has been proven to be overwhelming for officers across the country already. I'm sure many of you on the council have lived in Beaufort for a long time. I hear plenty of locals describe a simpler time in Beaufort that they miss. Is 24/7 video surveillance bringing us closer to that ideal? Please consider these remarks and create a plan to remove these intrusive devices from our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on our list is Ms. Felice Lamarca.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for having me this evening. You are going to vote on a resolution to create an ad hoc committee for animal services tonight. And I'm quite certain this will pass because it's one of those feel-good resolutions. One thing you should remember, there's no public input to this. And perhaps an ad hoc committee you're thinking will get that. And it will if you put it together correctly and supervise it correctly and have people who don't already have determination and objectives for what they already want. Jasper County is seeking opportunities for animal services partnerships into the future. Jasper County has not talked to their own municipalities and gotten them on board. I have a problem with them coming to Beaufort County and spending Beaufort County taxpayer money, whether it's in the form of staff, okay, paid employees, or your time, to figure out if anybody else besides them and Beaufort County might want this. Let's talk about the animals. How does it help the animals? Jasper County's pretty big. If someone has to go pick up their dog that was picked up 5 miles away, the dog's going to be surrendered. They're not going to be able to go pick it up. So when you talk about animal services, let me say this. Why do you think Beaufort County has so many nonprofits and startups, rescue services, and people like me? Because Beaufort County has provided inadequate services. So if we've provided inadequate services that you're not aware of, your staff needs to tell you the truth. If it's inadequate for our animals and our citizens, we're going to partnership with Jasper County. Jasper County, as you so aptly said, Mr. McKellen, voted for referendum, and they have a 9% sales tax. They have tens of thousands of dwelling units coming with lots of taxpayer money. They need to take care of their citizens and their animals and let us take care of ours. Then we can talk about partnerships. Now remember, there's a difference between a partnership and regionalization. And regionalization is what I keep hearing. So until they get their homework done and come to us, we should be asking them for money and help. And then let's talk about a partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Richard Guest.
I was here 2 months ago, and we were talking about
is you all can look into the increase of our rent in Highlander Park and so many of the other trailer parks here in Beaufort. It seems like this here developer is trying to push us all out. There is a committee called Protect Our Trailer Parks, and they're looking into ways to help protect us, because they came in and doubled our rent. They're adding trash pickup now, which we've already been paying on, and they're not doing anything about our roads. We have potholes that we have to zigzag around. It's just to make sure we don't mess up our vehicles. We have senior citizens, wounded veterans that live in our area. I know at least 5 of them that are all on fixed incomes. And when you go and double the rent on somebody who's on a fixed income already, it makes it even harder on them to try and decide what to buy, food or pay the rent. Pay our electric bill, pay the rent. Fix our cars, or pay the rent. Because we haven't the extra money to pay on all this other stuff that we have to use throughout the day or throughout the week or months. And these senior citizens are the ones that are paying the price of these fixed incomes with these developers coming in and doubling the rents on them. I mean, how is that benefiting Beaufort County residents with the money being shipped out of county and all? We don't know why it got doubled or anything like that. They didn't give us a reason. They just came in, gave us a note saying, oh, your rent's going to be doubled in 2 months. And I've already heard about some people being evicted out of Island Tank Trailer Park because they're not paying the rent, because they got doubled. And they started off at the beginning of the year. So, and they're saying that if we want to sell our trailers, they have the first dibs on buying them. We didn't sign no contract saying that and everything. So how are you going to be able to tell me, dictate me, if I want to sell my trailer to Tom Joe next to me? That's my option, not yours. Don't tell me that you all had the first dibs on buying my trailer. I had the first dibs on who I sell it to, not you. But it'd be nice if the committee can look into it and see about whether there's a referendum to basically stifle the amount of rent that they're paying on lot rent, which is only about 1/8 of an acre. I mean, you're paying $700 on 1/8 of an acre. There got to be something done about this here.
Mr. Guest, I don't usually do this, but I have your email here. I know you came before, I remember that. And you have on here District 1. Do you live on Hilton Head, or do you?
No, over in off of Parker Drive.
Oh, okay.
Highlander Trailer Park.
So you live in the county District 1? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Dawson and I, we have your email. He's your representative. We'll get back in touch with you.
Okay. Appreciate it. Y'all have a nice evening. I appreciate y'all looking into it.
Okay. All right. Next is James You're going to have to pronounce it for me. Awanaki? No.
Good evening, Council.
I'm sorry.
Jim Iwaniki. I'm the interim county administrator for Jasper County. Here to ask you to support Resolution 2026-32, which is agenda item 14B, and I'll be available to answer any questions that you might have as part of that agenda if you would like. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. Next is Robin Blackwood.
Hi, my name is Robin Blackwood. I live on Ladies Island, and I'm a new resident to Beaufort. I am here to share some details about a new community being built in Hardyville. It's called Osprey Village, and it's for individuals with disabilities. Some of you may have heard of Osprey Village because for 18 years, families in Beaufort County have been working hard to build and create and start Osprey Village. It's definitely been a labor of love. There is a need for housing for individuals with disabilities across our country, our state, everywhere. Current housing models for neurodiverse individuals are limited, and parents and caregivers across the U.S. search everywhere for options for their families that provide long-term housing solutions with structure, safety, and community engagement. It's one of the reasons why I moved to Beaufort, to be close to Osprey Village, and there are many dozens of families that have moved to this area so that they can be a part of Osprey Village and have their young adult live at Osprey Village. Just this last week, we finally broke ground on Osprey Village. The land's being cleared, and it will be a community close. It's off of East Argent Parkway, close to Highway 170, and it's down the road from Fisher Memorial Foundation, YMCA. Our formal groundbreaking ceremony is on August 13th at 9 a.m., and this will be the first phase of the development. We'll have 94 homes. And they'll be for individuals with disabilities. And at the heart of Osprey Village is a community center where there'll be a place for friendships to be fostered, connections to be made, have access to recreation, fitness. And in phase 2 of Osprey Village, we're going to build a job training facility. So I'm here today just to share this update with the council, and it's something that many have been working on and towards for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. I know y'all been working on that for years.
Geraldine, do we have her contact information?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
Great. All right, next is William Smith. Welcome. Beaufort County School District.
How y'all doing? Good afternoon. So I've came here today afternoon to talk to you about a couple quick things about ditches. There's some disparities in our county in terms of ditch work. I go over to Hilton Head and different places. I see the ditches clean. On Martin Luther King Drive, Ernest Drive, different places. In fact, I even stopped at one of the guys. I said, "Hey man," I said, "I can put my foot in that ditch, and that's what y'all digging." I said, "The bucket of the actual excavator is bigger than what you actually digging up." So, and just yesterday, the rain on St. Helena, the ditch was full of water. So my question is, who's coming behind these guys? What supervisors that you have that is checking on their work? Because we're not paying tax dollars for our ditches to be touched and say, "Hey, someone was there." We're paying for our ditches to so that we can live safe and know that if a huge storm comes, that there's actually a ditch for the water to go into. And there was also there's good, there's bad. I mean, with this bad, there's good. There was also a group of guys who, I guess they plug some things in. They have a huge truck, a water truck or something, and they plug into the roads that's have a little tunnel in them, and they blow the sand out. Now those guys, they've been around, but these guys who you got digging the ditches, who's supervising what's going on? And it's all across from Beaufort and Ladies Island. I'm talking to a lot of people about it lately. So that's when I brought you the problem. I also brought you the solution. But mainly I also came to talk to you about all the shootings that we had going on in Beaufort County. And this guy, there was a guy that spoke before me about. He said that, I hope I didn't hear him right. I want to fathom that I didn't. That we spent over $600,000 in flock cameras. Imagine if we spent over $600,000 providing good things for our youth to do. Do you know how much it costs for our kids to go to summer camp? And then we also broke summer. I don't remember summer camp being broken down in session 1 and session 2. So you're talking about a single parent who have to pay for summer camp, pay for session 1, and then pay for session 2. Realistically, who can afford that? So who is the summer campus really for? So that's rather disturbing. And then also we have these recreational games. The kids can go in the gym, but I can't take my kid Gatorade. They can only bring water in the gym because we don't have no one to clean the gyms. Or they said that we use the special services to do that. Not knocking them, but if we have someone doing it, why can't parents take Gatorades in there to their kids? They're going to give them water. We definitely got some work to do in terms of our kids, and I would just say I'm looking forward to our joint meeting, because I think that Beaufort County School District and Beaufort County Council, we need to be sharing some of our facilities, because these kids need a place to practice. Once the actual game starts, they have no place to practice. We need to be sharing our resources, because these are the people's facilities, not ours. We don't own them. We need to have a conversation about that. Could we put that on the agenda as well? Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Herbert Glaze, who was recently featured in an article about how many years? 55 years coaching. And how many championships? 4, 5?
10.
10.
Who's counting?
Who's counting now?
Oh, yeah. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and to the board. I've served 20 years in what you're all doing. And I realize that the main thing is you can't make popular decisions, make right decisions. But being in the school system 55 years, and I'm 75 years old, and I am an habitual taxpayer. And I always believe that the government is designed to do for people what they can't do for themselves. And that's why we pay the taxes. But I'm here by stormwater. Lived on Rosada Road, and I follow all of my chain of commands. I went through everything, email, everybody, but it's going through deaf ears. I talked to the director of Public Works. The next day he called me. The young lady who answered the phone said, "I recognize your voice, it's Mr. Glaze." And he called back. And evidently they must be recognizing my number again, because they never answer. And I get a voicemail. And I even email the county administrator about it. I work every day. And they always come and they'll call me 10 minutes, I'm in your yard, and I'll get there and, oh, he just left. And they'll send someone to check on it. But that's all they're doing is checking. There's a blockage somewhere. And right now it's all raining. I stood in my vehicle for 10 minutes. And I know the ditch by me, the water's not moving. I live at 7036 Rosada Road. The water normally go from where I live on the side, because when it first started, about many years ago, when I first moved out there, I had to get Senator Strong Thurmond to get the ditch in proper order. The state said, no, it's the county said it's the state. I said, I'm going to take a cement truck, plug it up, and we got a problem. I called Strong Thurmond, it's all well taken care of. But my point is this, when they come to me, and I've got pictures, they never go and walk and see what's going on. There is a blockage someplace. The water normally channeled from my area, goes to the little causeway, and goes to, I guess, whichever, Abogata Creek. But nothing is happening. No one is doing anything. I need CCMU, clear mutual understanding as a taxpayer as to what's going on. They need to get off their vehicles, come out, don't talk to me, get and walk the ditch and see what's going on. They're afraid to do that. Why? Something going on. So I've done my due diligence. I've talked to Councilman Dawson. I've emailed you, to the administrator. I don't know if they're coming back and reporting to the head man, because the last time he was there, he said, oh, we have no way to get back here. I said, well, they normally get through there by the Rosada Causeway. But I said, I tell you what, the light company have an easement. You can come through my yard if you need on the side there. I comes home. The ditch edge, the debris, the grass and whatnot, they already bush hogged that. How you got back there? So it's a game being played. And no one, as of yet, came back, walked the ditch and see what's going on. Why? So please, tell them, or tell the individual public work, when they come out, just don't talk to me. Walk the ditch, because I got my photos, and I'm not going to present them. I want them to see what's going on. And that's all I'm asking. Clear, concise, mutual understanding as to what's happening. I'm a taxpayer, and like I said, I'm a habitual taxpayer, but I pay for service. Stormwater is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments. All right, Next.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman
If I
Dawson.
might. On behalf of Mr. Glaze, my constituents, we refer this to the county administrator and have him follow up, if you will. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for your 10 state championships in track, too. Number 9 is our liaison and committee reports, and I'm going to call these out. If you have nothing to report, you can just say pass, or if you have a report, go ahead and report. Beaufort Fire District, Logan, do you have anything to report?
Bluffton.
I'm sorry, I
Bluff.
said Beaufort.
Yeah, you're fine.
I could hear the Beaufort Fire Truck. Bluffton Fire District, sorry about that.
Yeah, right now we're trying to figure out why we have a delay on one of our fire stations being built, so hopefully we can get that figured out quickly. And then also we have Mr. William Ricketts, who is being reappointed, just scrivener's error on our agenda. There is no S at the end of that. I think the town of Bluffton sent it over to us with an S, but there's actually not one on there. So we can just get that taken care of. Other than that, looking
All right,
good.
very good. Beaufort Jasper Water Sewer Authority, Mr. Clover.
No, ma'am, none at this time.
Okay, Beaufort Memorial Hospital, I was not able to participate, neither was Tab. We were at the South Carolina Association of Counties, but we'll have something next month. Burton Fire District. Mr. Dawson, anything? Okay. Community Services Committee, David Bartholomew.
Yeah, actually, many of the items are coming forward today on the consent agenda, but one of the biggest that I think wins, if you want to call it that, is, and a big thank you to our Parks and Rec Department. We are banning glyphosate on our parks and recreational field for our students and our children. And they're going to be posting signage out now anytime the fields are sprayed. So big thank you to our Parks and Rec staff, and they're implementing the resolution that we put forward about an organics first policy. So I think that's a huge victory, so thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kaepernick, CDC.
I wasn't there, you were.
Oh, I have nothing really to report
Yeah,
from that.
I have other stuff, but not CTC.
Okay. Design Review Board is Ms. Brown, she's not here. Disabilities and Special Needs Board.
Nothing to report right now.
Okay. Green Space, I know you have something.
Well,
to report.
no, there's no meeting this month. The next one will be September 10th.
The meeting date will be
Yeah.
September 10th
That's
instead
right.
of September 11th,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
That's something to report.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then we'll be considering some new applications at that time.
There will be some new ones, you think? Okay. Library Board, Mr. Passman, Councilman Passman?
Nothing to report on the library.
Okay. Do you have something else to report?
Keep Beaufort County Board will be meeting this Wednesday
Okay.
in here,
What time is it?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay. Tom, do you have anything from the LRTA?
No, they'll be meeting this week, and next meeting we'll be able to report.
Okay. Councilman Glover, Natural Resource Committee met?
Yes, ma'am. Let me at least announce that at the Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer Authority, they did have a groundbreaking ceremony for the all-joint sewer system, and it was well attended by both municipalities. Bluffton folks were there, county council representatives were there, the state representative was there. So it was a good turnout in the community as a whole from All Joy was present in their blue and white shirt, announcing themselves. So they was well supported. So I just wanted to share that.
Okay.
The Natural Resource Committee did meet. One of the items on the agenda was a report from Green Space, and Green Space reported that they had the projects, and they basically had a report on that and the amount of money that's available. I think right now just a little over $20 million is unencumbered, but there's roughly about another $20 million that's going to be reimbursed. So over time, we have roughly about a little over $40 million available for green space.
I have those exact numbers, Mr. Glover, if you want me to.
I know you do, man.
Want me to use them?
Hmm?
Want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. The total dollars collected in the program is $126 million. The closed projects at the moment, $28 million. Projects that were approved by council resolution is $67 million. Projects approved for due diligence is $10 million. We have uncommitted fund balance of $20 million. And as Mr. Glover pointed out, we have money that is pending coming back to us from projects that are included in the numbers above of $26 million. So we expect that our total will eventually be, by the end of the year or by the beginning of the next fiscal year, approximately $46 million available for future purchases.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Appreciate that. The other thing that during the natural resource, we after the annual conference of the County Council Association, a lot of discussion about data center, and so that discussion was done and instructed staff to bring back some recommendations, some guidelines as far as policy decisions for us as a council to engage. The other items on the agenda, one being that recommendation for freestanding accessory buildings for agricultural use purpose is on the agenda. Also on the agenda is a recommendation to upzone an area of St. Helena, 1.4 acres. The staff is recommending that, so that's on the agenda. And the other agenda item is, we also had a discussion from the Battle of Port Royal Committee. So that's on the agenda for discussion. And the other item is the Stormwater Initiative. It's called Brickyard Commons. That's on the agenda for action. So that's it for.
A lot of business.
Yeah. Yes,
Does
ma'am.
anyone have anything else? I have one thing to report on. Yes, Councilman Lawson.
We do have a finance meeting next Monday. It's our first one since we had a tsunami of meetings at the end of the fiscal year. And then there is going to be an all-joy meeting, and again, I thought it was for zoning, but I think it's going to be for the boat landing and possible drainage, September 22nd. We're just finalizing all the details, but most likely September 22nd at the Bluffton Library. But again, we'll have information out there on that coming out soon for the all-joy community.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
So I attended the LATS meeting, Low Country Area Transportation. Everyone has a copy of this form in front of them. The reason I asked to have you get this is it talks about what SCDOT is doing from 2026 to 2031. They're going to spend $2 billion, and if you look through it, Beaufort County things are first, Jasper County initiatives are next, but I thought it would be interesting for everyone to look at this, so I'm providing that for you. That was last week. I'm going to report on the school board meeting. Too bad Mr. Smith left. He could have done it. I want to congratulate our BCTV team. There were audio problems, and they stepped right up and fixed it. So congrats to them. The chair of the school board noted that their credit rating is now one level above USCB, and they are very proud of that, so I think it was worth mentioning. Of course, the school district's opened, and an interesting thing, they have the scores on English language arts and math, and they're higher than before COVID, but they're embargoed at this time, which is always very interesting. So we'll be anxious to review those. Principal of the Year is Miss Brenda Blue from Pritchardville Elementary, and Assistant Principal of the Year is Miss Cassandra Ryman from Hilton Head Elementary. So I found it interesting, they spend a lot of time talking about revising their policy manual, which, Lord, we've done too. They have some real issues there. They have a concern about housing on Hilton Head Island for employees and families and the impact it's having on schools. I did not know this. 2 Hilton Head Island elementary schools, one is at 50% capacity and the other is slightly above that. And schools north of the Broad are at about 50%, some of them. Whereas schools south of the Broad are literally bursting at the seams, as you can predict. They have a concern over growing enrollment south of the Broad and a concern that parents may be shopping to transfer their students between schools and viewing it like a marketplace, because you can ask for your child to go to a different school and how that kind of turns things around. Then they had a discussion on the use of textbooks versus electronics, which is, if you're an educator, that's very interesting. It's a very long meeting, lots of good stuff. When you are awake at 3 a.m, you can watch it.
Miss Monica Main and I met with the fire marshals regarding open burning, both in municipal and unincorporated areas. We had representatives from Hilton Head, City of Beaufort, Town of Port Royal, Jasper County, all the fire districts. It was held at the one of the Bluffton fire stations. Very, very good meeting. She and I met with them for about an hour last Friday. I think the group decided that there's some things that could be tweaked in our unincorporated open burning ordinance, but like I know Burton has had a lot of grass fires in recent time, but enforcement, as usual, is the hardest part of any ordinance if we change it. And that's all I had. Any other last reports? No? Okay. All right. We have several items on the consent agenda. They're there at A, 1 through 5. Would anyone like for me to read those out loud, or did everybody?
I'll make the motion for them.
All right.
Second it.
You have a motion and a second. We have items from Community Services and Natural Resources. All in favor of approving the consent agenda?
A1 through 5, is that what we're voting on? Not
Yes.
B1?
B.
MB1.
And B1.
Okay,
MB.
before we vote on B1, Mr. Bartholomew, do you want to make any comments with regard to the
Yes,
information we received? If not, I have that.
Yeah, no, thank you. And yes, I was planning on making comments. One, I just want to make sure that I think there's some things to iron out with the contract itself. This is authorizing you to finish that. But I want to make sure that as we focus on the outfall, which is, I believe, later phases, but nonetheless, that we take due consideration of the rural and critical lands and the open land trust property for both outfalls that are being considered right now.
Understood, the passive park there.
Right.
Understood.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add to that as a green space rep, that's protected land already. And one of the recommendations that Open Land is saying is it would be great if when they're doing the stormwater planning, they could also include some consideration for a wildlife habitat and the passive park for the public to use as well. And that's their simple request.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah, and since we're all interested in accelerating.
The outfall is, the passive park, the Pine View Passive Park is something clearly we're going to be looking at as part of this project.
Yeah, okay.
I understand.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, David.
Any other comments about the items on the consent agenda? All right. We had a motion and a second. All in favor by show of hands to approve the consent agenda, and that is unanimous. Going on to item 11A, authorization for the county administrator to negotiate a lease agreement with Caucus Community Association regarding the Caucus Community Center. Do we have a motion to negotiate a lease agreement?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman.
And a second by Councilman Glover. Discussion, questions? We'll
No,
start
he
with.
started it, yeah.
We'll start with who made the motion.
Well, yeah, I don't really have much on this one. We kind of talked this out in the Community Services Committee, essentially just authorizing the administrator to help negotiate one of the community centers on Caucus Island. They need it back. Like I said, I openly admitted, I think I made the mistake of pushing to not renew the lease. That was on me. I think I had some bad information and incomplete information, but that's on me. But nonetheless, I think this is an opportunity for us to get a community center out there that can be really beneficial and reshape what the relationship is on Caucus Island and Judge Island.
Councilman Glover, do you have any comments?
No more than the discussion and the conversation, I think, is necessary and needed, and then we can go from there.
I kind of want to make sure the administrator in these conversations talks about, evidently, people that use it have to go all the way to Burton Wells to get a key and pay $400 or.
Right. I think that's something we're definitely going to have staff to look at because of the access and reserving the facility. So I think there are a lot of things we can do to avoid that so that it's not an inconvenience to schedule the facility.
Yes, I just want to make
That's
sure
what I
we
think you're
look at
saying,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we need a roll call vote, or is it by show of hands? All in favor? All right, and that is unanimous. All right, going on to B. This is approval of the updated 2026 County Council meeting calendar. All right, we have a motion by Councilman Passament.
Second it.
And a second by Councilman Glover. Any discussion or comments? No? All right, all in favor by show of hands, and that is unanimous. All right. C is appointment. These are some appointments and reappointments. We'll run
Madam
through.
Chairman, is
Yes.
there any way we could group?
I was
these
just gonna
appointments?
ask, unless anybody has an
Let's do
objection with
that, too.
anybody?
No?
All right.
Yeah,
Who would like to make a motion to
I will
group?
make the motion that we take items C through M as one.
Second?
Don't we need to, some of these people, if they've been on a committee longer, have to be voted
Yes,
separately?
they had
Yes,
different
Do you
votes.
understand that?
I
But
thought they had
these
just
have
had a
gone
certain
through the
number of
various-
votes.
Yes.
Sorry, what-
If we
say
get
that again,
unanimous,
Jeff?
it shouldn't be a problem, right?
Correct.
We've interviewed these people. They've come out unanimously. So I believe that, with all due respect,
Parliamentary?
that
You think
I
that's
don't
fine?
think there's anybody here who's going to deny anyone
No, I don't think
the
there's.
appointment.
We don't have to
or
remove anybody, and we get a unanimous vote, we cover
Yeah.
it all.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna put them all, you made the motion?
Yeah.
Who made the second?
I did.
Councilman Cunningham?
Oh, Logan did.
All right, any discussion about grouping all of these together? All right, all in favor, by signal hands?
And just the scrivener's error for the name for Mr. Rickett. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Okay, now we've got ordinances for third reading. I'll turn it over to Vice Chair.
Okay, 2026/37 is an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of county maintenance of a portion of Gibson Drive following a petition by adjacent property owners and reclassifying said portion as a private road. This is a public hearing. The vote has been unanimous at public facilities, first reading and second reading.
So moved.
Thank you. I have a move and a second by Mr. Bartholomew. No one,
Point of order.
Yeah, moment of order. You're right.
A point of order on, y'all make the motion to vote, take them all together, but you didn't actually vote on all the nominees. So I just want to make that point of order.
Okay. I thought
yeah, we did.
I thought we
By
did.
vote
We
of
did.
hands.
It was unanimous.
To put them all
We
together.
voted the motion unanimous, but now
Do
we need to
not
vote.
take the,
Put them all together.
Yeah, okay, so we need a motion now to vote on,
I'll make the motion to,
I'll second again.
all
Yep.
right? All in favor? All right, thank you. All right. Thank
Okay,
you.
back to this ordinance for third reading. So we have a motion and a second. No one signed up for public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this ordinance? And again, this has been through committee and 2 readings, so we don't need Mr. Bauer to come up. Any discussion on council? All right, all in favor of this ordinance, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you all. 2026/38 is an ordinance to amend ordinance 2017/12 to appropriate funds from the 2017 Series General Obligation Bond to the Station 34 Joint Fire EMS Station. This is a public hearing. The vote at the Finance Committee, first reading and second reading, was unanimous, so I need a motion, please.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Mr. Passman, second by Mr. Cunningham. This is a public hearing. No one signed up. Is anyone in the audience would like to speak on this ordinance? No, people are looking a little bit bored. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any discussion on council? We've talked about this several times. All right, all in favor of the ordinance? Thank you, it's unanimous. 2026/39 is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2027 budget ordinance to carry forward purchase orders and funds from fiscal year 2026 and prior for projects that have not yet been completed. The vote has been unanimous at Finance Committee and first and second reading. This is a public hearing. Can I have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Can I give it to Mr. Lawson?
absolutely.
All right, Mr. Lawson gets the motion. Who'd like to second? Mr. Dawson seconds. Anyone care to speak on this one? It is a public hearing. All right, I'll close the public hearing. I just want to note for the public, when you have time, look through pages 268 to 274. If you're wondering why projects are listed here, There's a lot of engineering projects, stormwater, and capital projects. That's why they're carryovers. Any other discussion on council? All right, all vote. All in favor? Thank you. All right, now we have 2026/40. An ordinance to reallocate remaining American Rescue Plan Act, which is ARPA funds, in the amount of $1,496,825.73 toward existing projects as obligated to the Department of Treasury. And this passed finance and first reading and second reading unanimously, and this is a public hearing.
So moved. I'll second that.
Mr. Passman moves, Mr. Lawson second. No one signed up for public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would care to speak on this ordinance? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Anyone on, yes, Mr. Lawson?
Yes, and I'm going to ask Jared to come forward if he can, because obviously some of the money's being moved is slated for the ferry, which again, the ferry is fully funded, and this was actually money for Helmsman Way, I think is where the money was earmarked to go. If you can just let us know, because people are worried we're taking money from the ferry, but I know we've got that fully funded. Same thing, actually, I should have mentioned this also for the previous 2026-38, which there were some monies there, which were overflow money as well, that was moved to the fire station. This council has been very good about supporting the ferry, funding the ferry, us making improvements to Pinckney Island, CC Hague, and then Melrose Landing, all the money we've spent there. So Jared, if you can just reassure people that, again, that money is there, has been funded, and again, this money needs to be moved for us to have to spend, so.
Yes, absolutely. So as you said, the Defusky Island Ferry is fully funded as far as the improvements that are planned at Melrose, and we have additional improvements to make for long-term restoration. We know there's a bridge project coming on 278. We will continue to make notices to what those improvements are. This funding is for ARPA. It was for the Cross Island Parkway there at Helmsman Way, and that project for a landside ferry terminal has been put on hold. We're looking again at other alternatives for that. So the ARPA funding has to be expended by the end of this fiscal year, so we moved it to another project. It's going to support hangars at Beaufort Executive that can get completed prior to the end of this fiscal year, so we don't lose the ARPA funding. There's been other funding that's been set aside previously through A&H tax and CIP that's associated with the Melrose Landing improvements. We have some limited improvements at Jenkins Island. So there's plenty of funding planned, and will be more funding as needed for ferry improvements on both sides of the island.
Good, yeah, thank you, Jared, because I was asked about that. I guess I want to reassure everybody that money's there, funding's there, and we need to move this to be able to spend it by the end of the year.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else, question or comment from the council? All right, thank you. All in favor of this ordinance? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure, Mr. McCollum. All right, ordinances for first reading. This is item 13. 2026/41 is an ordinance amending the Community Development Code, Section 5.3.20, applicability, 4.2.20, standards for freestanding accessory buildings and structures, 5.8.100, screening, and 10.1.190, definitions. This is what Mr. Glover referred to. Natural Resource Committee passed it for the 7-0. Can I have a motion, Mr. Glover?
I second it.
I was gonna let-
I second it.
Okay, we have motion and second by Mr. Glover. Mr. Merchant, would you explain this to the public and to everyone that wasn't at Natural Resource?
Yes, good evening, council. So this, if you were to give this ordinance a name, it would be the Shipping Containers for Agriculture Ordinance. And this came to our attention because many people involved in active agriculture are using shipping containers more and more. They provide a lot of flexibility. They use them for a lot of different purposes, everything from hydroponics or growing mushrooms to storing equipment and other materials. And currently, there are two sections of our ordinance that state specifically, one, that shipping containers are not permitted as an accessory use, and there's another one that says they're not permitted as a single-family residence. And so we needed to amend the ordinance to basically get rid of this regulatory barrier. One of the things our comprehensive plan speaks very clearly about is the importance of agriculture in Beaufort County. And so removing this regulatory barrier, we felt was consistent with the comprehensive plan. This came forward, it was initiated at the request of a council member, but staff drafted the language. We came to the Planning Commission, and I would say they deliberated very strongly. They sent us back at 3 different meetings because there was concern. There was that threading the needle between wanting to remove a regulatory barrier but not provide a loophole, because there was still concern about the proliferation of shipping containers in the county. And so through that process, we worked back and forth with the Planning Commission. We met with the Farm Bureau, talked with several other people in the agricultural community, and believe we've struck a pretty good balance with the current language. I don't want to go into much detail, but there are some general restrictions as far as making sure that there's no adverse impacts to nearby residential areas, and some other basic setback and screening requirements. But there's also emphasis on, for people involved in agriculture, some requirements to show that this is for agriculture. And we work with state and federal existing requirements that the people who are involved in agriculture are used to, work closely with the community to make sure that we weren't putting another barrier with that. And so I think that serves us well in our codes, because if future things come up where we want to specifically address farming, we have a section that provides what a definition and how to show that somebody is engaged in active agriculture. So with that, I entertain any questions from the.
Any question from council? I do have one. I'm not sure you can answer it. How many active working farms do we have in the county?
I wish I had an answer for that.
Approximate? Because I asked this at the Farm Bureau dinner.
Yeah, we have, so we met with the Farm Bureau, and they tend to represent the larger farmers, and there are quite a few on St. Helena Island. That's where most of them are. But there are a lot of people who are either doing it as a, kind of a supplementary income, or for, they're living off the food that they produce in their land. So we did recognize that there are some different interests with the larger farmers and the smaller. I don't have a number, I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just curious, thank you. Anybody else?
York has that number. He knows how many farms.
Do you know?
I wasn't gonna put him on the spot.
Yeah, you all put me on the spot, but I would tell you that there's probably in the census, there's probably about 120 farmers in Beaufort County from the census.
Lists their occupation as a farmer.
As farmers, right. Both small and large, and then you have, those are counted, and those, you have more than that because they're not counted. So it's a very active community. I agree with, I would agree with you.
All right, Mr. Bartholomew.
One, I agree with this. I think this is fantastic. I believe the complete prohibition was passed right before we came on, in what, 20?
It had to do with like sheds and these
Right.
as well, yeah.
You said thread the needle here. Can you help explain the rationale for why we did it in the first place, rather than adopting the International Building Code for shipping containers?
Yes.
I remember that clearly because I lost that
I'll make a
fight.
comment on that. The shipping containers brought before us at that time, I believe, was for dwelling, housing.
Yes.
And they put a restriction on housing and not agriculture. And I asked the question, is agriculture exempt? But we found out later that they were not exempt from that. So this ordinance basically would help clear that line and stuff, yes.
The same argument with sheds. It was in the same
Yeah, the
ordinance.
sheds, yeah.
Because people are turning sheds into pool houses and stuff, and they said they weren't allowed. Yeah, me and Chris lost that fight.
Fair enough, that answers it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's good arguments on both sides, and we see, you know, from the planning department, we see people complaining that their neighbor has a shipping container or one of those storage units in their yards. And then the other side is sometimes shipping containers are easier to secure than a shed that you get at Lowe's. But, you know, we went by what the ordinance currently says, and you know, we certainly, the planning commission, you could follow the conversation at 3 different meetings, you realize that there's some strong feelings of both sides. So that's kind of what we had to.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawson?
No, I think we covered, I'm glad to see that we are lessening restrictions on that, because that was a question that Mr. Glover had brought up at the time, and we said we'd revisit it. So again, I'm glad to see we have gone back, revisited, and we are giving permission then for that to happen.
I have one comment. In light of all the recent things about salads and other things that aren't procured locally, anything we can do to encourage our local farmers to grow local produce, the safer we all are. So.
Anybody else?
Just a question, does this include the sheds? Are sheds gonna be allowed back in or no?
Well, this only applies to
Just the shipping
agriculture.
containers? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I believe they banned a lot of the sheds in there too when we had that ordinance a couple years ago. I mean, I can do some research over the time, but I think that was part of it. It was shipping containers and sheds.
Oh.
They both went down together.
No, that section, so this was, I think, the fall of 2022, right
Yeah,
before.
it was years ago.
Yeah, that section specifically stated no shipping containers or recreational vehicles as dwellings. But there's another section of the code that has been in there much longer that talks about accessory structures, which would include sheds. So there's 2 sections that talk about shipping containers. So.
Anyone else? All right, all in favor of this?
I have to
Sorry.
read the reasons
Yes.
why we're going to approve this. I move that we grant the request for the text amendment as follows. 1, it is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. 2, it is not in conflict with any provisions of this development code or the code of ordinances. It is not required by changed conditions. It does address a demonstrated community need. It is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zones in this development code, or would improve the compatibility among uses and ensure efficient development within the county. It would result in a logical and orderly development pattern and would not result in adverse impacts on the natural environment.
I second that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All in favor of this ordinance, please raise your hand. All right, we're unanimous. Thank you. 2026/42 is an ordinance amending the zoning map for 1.4 acres, R300, 012, 000, 0129, 0000, R300, etc., from T2R to T2RC. At Natural Resource, it was unanimous, and we'll go for a motion here.
I so move, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Glover makes the motion.
I'll second it.
Mr. Bartholomew makes the second. Mr. Merchant, you're up again.
Okay. That's why I didn't go very far.
I knew you would.
So this is, somebody submitted for a zoning map amendment, and this is located at the intersection of Sea Island Parkway and Seaside Road, and then on the other side is Coffin Point Road. There is an existing commercial district in that area that makes up several parcels. It's zoned C4, community center mixed use. It's been there, for a long time, and there's several commercial uses at that location, and I keep forgetting the name. Is it Seaside?
Bar and Grill.
Seaside Bar and Grill. Used to be Boondocks, but I've been here for a while. So there is an existing commercial node, commercially zoned area. There are 3 small parcels making up 1.4 acres that the applicant is requesting to, currently they're zoned T2 rural. They requested to zone those the same as this node, which is C4. and what makes this, I think that helps this case from our standpoint and also from the Planning Commission, is that there is an existing non-conforming commercial building that is on one of these three parcels. It's on the one that's furthest from the intersection. And, you know, so having that non-conforming structure, it's been there since the 80s before we had zoning. It makes sense that this district would include that building since it, you know, it doesn't really have much purpose or much flexibility for additional uses with the current T2 rural zoning. So the reason that this is, they originally requested, and this is where it gets a little complicated, the C4 zoning to match the current district, the current commercial node. However, our comprehensive plan, that really is not a good fit for this area. We have never initiated a downzoning of that, but that commercial district allows multifamily of up to 12 dwelling units per acre, shopping centers, grocery stores, a lot of uses that are just not appropriate for a site like this in a rural area that does not have sewer and water, or it has water, but it doesn't have sewer to serve it. And we have another commercial zoning district, which is T2 Rural Center. It allows most of the uses, but at a scale that's much more conducive to rural and doesn't require those services. So we requested that the applicant, and this came from the Planning Commission, but it came as a recommendation from staff, to amend their application to request a T2 Rural Center zoning, which we believe is a much better fit for this area. We anticipate eventually, you know, some staff-initiated amendment to address the other parcels. We just didn't want to tie up this particular request with that action. That would be a separate staff-initiated and working with the property owners. But most of the uses that are allowed in that C4 district are allowed in the T2 Rural Center district, just at a much more rural scale. And the applicant, you know, we work with them and they agreed with the change. So that is what we're bringing forward. Staff recommended approval, and then also the Planning Commission voted unanimously to support this. With that, and the applicant is here if anyone has any questions for them.
Anyone have a question or comment from County Council? Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah, one is the applicant the owner, or are they applying to buy the land? That's question number one. And two would be, what's the plan for it when it's upzoned?
Okay, I believe they're the owner.
Yes, and we have kind of covered that in the presentation, if y'all would like to see that. I want to be cognizant.
Just the answer's fine. Yeah, you don't have to do the whole presentation. You're good?
So, yes, the owner of the property. Kevin Dukes on behalf of the owner. And yes, the C.E. Bourne company, they actually operate in Beaufort County now. They are a roofing company. They've provided the roof on this building. They've provided the roofs on many buildings across Beaufort County. And they actually still maintain and have since 2008 the maintenance contract on Beaufort County schools. So they are operating in Beaufort County. They own the property currently, and their operations within Beaufort County will be out of this building. This building will be what you see sometimes, office building kind of up front with some bays towards the back. And so it will be a single purpose for this particular business. And as Mr. Merchant mentioned, the existing use is right there that you see. It's been there for a very long time. And then on the other side of the road is actually a similar situation, office and landscaping company. And so this would be right there in the middle. So the use would be the same on both sides. And I think what Mr. Merchant said, that it's not the use, but rather the intensity. And that's why we've agreed and we understand that the T2RC makes more sense. We started out with the original plan just because it was the adjacent zoning, not because we were seeking to do anything more. So
good. I'm good.
Anyone else
Thank you.
question or comment?
It's a lot simpler
Thank
than
you,
last
Mr.
time you came
Dukes.
up here.
Yeah.
Madam Chairman, I
Yes.
offer a motion to support. I move that we grant the request for rezoning from a T2R to a T2RC for the following reasons. Is consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive code and purpose of the development code, is not in conflict with the provisions of the development code and or our code of ordinance. It does address demonstrated community need because of jobs, is not required by changed conditions, is compatible with existing and purpose use for land surrounding this land, and would not adversely affect nearby land, would result in logical and orderly development patterns, would not result in adverse impact on the natural environment, water, noise, stormwater, et cetera, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and the natural functioning of the environment, and it would result in development that is adequately served by public facilities, particularly potable water, not sewer, but stormwater management and solid waste collection and disposal, schools, parks, police, fire, emergency medical facilities. That's my motion, Madam Chair.
I'll second it.
Mr. Glover motion, Mr. Passman second. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of this ordinance 2026/42 going forward? Thank you. That concludes our ordinances, Madam Chair.
Okay, we are on number 14 under resolutions. I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment. We have our intern who has worked with our county clerk's office here tonight, Nathan Streese. Please stand briefly. He is our first intern that we've had in this role, and he is going to Clemson. I guess you like those colors, huh?
Yeah, Clemson.
All right. We hope that your experiences here have helped you to understand how local government runs, and we know you have a relative who works in local government too, so.
So you know it's crazy.
You know what you're getting into, correct? All right, moving on. 14A, 2026-27, a resolution for the Military Infrastructure Resilience and All Hazards Decision Support Program proposal. This was discussed at committee level. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
And a second. Okay, Ms. Tabernet made the motion, and
Joe, I believe,
did you?
You can do the second.
Okay, and we do have Warren Parker here for any questions. There was a documentation in here, and I think.
We also have Rick Siebenoller and Ali Gagnon here for questions as well.
Okay, I
Ali's on
understand
Zoom somewhere.
you met Wednesday with the 3 bases, was it?
Yes.
Okay, you want to give us an update on that too?
Well, Ali was down here. Ali Gagnon from Idaho National Labs was up here and gave a briefing, 2 to 3 bases. We had the group from Parris Island, the G6, and the community relations person. We had the XO of the air station. The CO got pulled into another meeting. We had Jim Landis, council. We had David Trail, and we had the XO of the Naval Hospital. There were no commitments on that day, but I think we had a good discussion. All the issues were aired, and I think we answered a lot of questions. I think there were some misunderstandings initially, but I think we've answered as many questions as were asked.
For those who weren't at the committee meeting, do you want to give them a brief overview of what this is about? You do have some slides, and it was in the packet.
We do have some slides, but what I'd like to back up and say is that, this is a critical issue for us. It's a vital issue for us. And speaking of our critical infrastructure and the attacks on our critical infrastructure by folks that wish us ill, the FBI has issued this warning within the last couple of days to all water and sewer authorities. Small town of 30,000. Just north of San Francisco, completely shut down. The city, emergency services, police, all the vital services of the city completely shut down there and declared a state of emergency. And we are home to a military community. Beaufort's critical infrastructure is linked to those military bases. There are numerous dependencies and interdependencies. And we have put together a proposal that would be submitted to the South Carolina Department of Veterans Affairs for $1.895 million over 2 years, and we're in the process of gaining letters of support and coordinating with the 3 bases on that proposal to be submitted on 1 September. It'd be submitted by the county because all of them have to come from a governmental entity. Proud to say we've also received a number of letters of support already, to include today the former Secretary of Homeland Security, General John Kelly, retired, who submitted a letter of support. Vice Admiral Jan Tai, who's the former head of Navy Cyber, who's now on the Idaho National Labs Advisory Board for Critical Infrastructure. The Adjutant General of the South Carolina National Guard, General Stilwell. The South Carolina State Law Enforcement Division, Critical Infrastructure, Ryan Trusky. Ben Duncan in the Office of Director of the Office of Resilience, Phil Cromer, the mayor, and Kevin Phillips. Almost said Kevin Dukes because I was looking at him earlier. But
He's still
Kevin,
there.
I'm sure Kevin Dukes is a supporter as well. And Kevin Phillips.
Questions from the county council?
No, but I have a comment. I would suggest everybody read it thoroughly, including the public. I guess before I read it, I didn't realize how integral all of these things are. Fire department, sheriff, government, emergency service, everybody, the hospital, and if something goes down, we're all in deep trouble. So this is a very good proposal, has good timelines, lots of good information.
Let's
Ollie-
strive not to be California.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
We try not to be California. And Ollie Gagnon today was at the National Homeland Security Conference. I'm not sure where that was, but he was there and made a presentation on this same program and said he was overwhelmed by the response from cities, towns, counties, local governments who came forward and said, we need to get ourselves some of this. And we are in a particular situation here in Beaufort County with the Marine Corps Air Station, the Marine Corps Recruit Depot, and the Naval Support Facility. We're in a whole different situation than some places are.
A question of, when, you said the meeting that was on Wednesday, I understand that, are you gonna meet with those parties again? Did they give the 3 bases, or did one of the bases give their approval at your meeting on Wednesday, or?
None gave an approval.
Okay, all right. Are they gonna
They're
send
still
letters
con-
of support?
They're
or-
still considering.
Okay, all right, that was my question. What does this obligate the county as far as time and staff goes? I think you explained that at the committee meeting, but could you explain it for the public and the whole committee?
I'm going to let the
the whole
guy who has
council.
most experience with it, Ollie, answer that question, because that's a question that's been raised. The answer is minimal amount. And what are the legacy costs? Again, a minimal amount. Primarily, it would be, if there were updates, it would be some hours of staff time, $5,000 to $10,000 in staff time if there were updates. The fact of the matter is that critical infrastructure doesn't change very much over time. Ollie?
Yes, thank you and good evening. I appreciate the opportunity. As Colonel Parker said, the grant itself and the cost is really to front load all the analysis and the capability. So there's minimal to no updates required of it going forward, unless you come across another database you think would be helpful to your critical infrastructure analysis that can be integrated into the tool. But those are far and few between as far as those types of updates. It's designed to come in as a fully developed package for you to give you insights into your critical infrastructure, include dependencies and interdependencies, and also to help you with your resilience of the county, which then benefits the military installations that sit within your county.
Any questions from County Council?
Not at all, Madam Chairman. The only comment I'll make is that any planning ahead for disaster, for terrorists, any planning ahead is only going to be good for this county. And we have 2 bases here, a third base with the installation of the hospital. But, you know, you're talking about how do you respond with food? How do you respond with a bridge being taken out? All of those things are, you know, something that we need to prepare for and be a part of this base that we appreciate. And I think the more we plan and we show, particularly the DOD, Department of Defense, that we are partners with this whole project, I think is going to be a feather in our cap. So I'm going to support this resolution.
Thank you.
All right, I'm calling our administrator. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, just following up, and certainly, you know, I'm in support, but in terms of, you know, the administration being tasked to move this forward, is the endorsement required from the air station, Paris Island, and the hospital for this to proceed, Mr. Parker, that's directed towards?
That is the process that the Department of Veterans Affairs has put in place, that the local bases come on with a letter of support. Yep.
All right, and you would inform us if there were any hiccups with that, I'm sure.
I would.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right, we had a motion and a second. Or any other last-minute questions on this? As we know, there's only one road in, or 2 roads in and 2 roads out, which makes it even more important for the military and and the whole county too. I mean, anything that happens to our medical facilities or others affects the military.
I'll tell you that the Army's, just one last thing, the Army has spent a good deal of time on these issues. They've done an exercise called Jack Voltaic. The name Jack Voltaic means nothing, just do what they call the exercise. They've done them around the country, and for instance, Fort Stewart. How does Fort Stewart, how do you get those soldiers out of town? Where there are roads, there are bridges, there are communication, there's a whole list of things that requires them, and then they get to the Port of Charleston or the Port of Savannah, and that's a whole other set of issues. And if you were an enemy, instead of trying to kill them on the battlefield, you might just want to keep them from getting to Savannah.
Scenario. Yeah, okay. All in favor by show of hands? All right. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying. B is 2026-32, a resolution to create an ad hoc committee for animal services.
So moved.
All right, thank you.
A second.
A second by Councilman Glover. Motion was made by Councilman Passamit. Any questions from?
I have a comment.
Oh,
So I
okay,
said
come
on the conversations, and to Ms. Lamarca's point, I want to make sure that public has the opportunity to comment. And I don't know who will be on the ad hoc committee. I know it's 4 from this county, 3 from Jasper County. We haven't decided how they would be selected. So I think those are questions to be discussed.
That's a good comment, yeah, great. Any thoughts on that, Mr. Rose?
The resolution does simply outline that county council has 4 positions to select. You can also select a county council liaison and a staff liaison to assist with that. We can certainly provide you a list of recommendations for folks for you to consider if you would like, or after we could prepare a selection process, applications if that's what you'd like.
Okay. To be determined on that part of it before we actually appoint. All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor by show of hands? And that is unanimous. Okay, thank you. Next is 2026-33, a resolution to adopt an updated Parks and Recreation fee schedule for programming and facility use. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
All right.
Second.
Are you okay with Councilman Dawson is make the second? All right? Yes, ma'am. Any questions for Ms. Audra?
No, I appreciate you doing this. I think it was done in 2012, did you say?
Correct.
Yeah, so I appreciate you updating it. I raised some questions at the committee meeting. Mr. Brown answered those questions. I think it will keep us competitive and provide services for our residents.
I just wanted to confirm, we do have if there's a need scholarship program too, if someone.
Yes, that doesn't affect this at all. There still will be a scholarship. This fee schedule is not part of that scholarship program.
Any other questions from council? All in favor by show of hands? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next, 2026-34, a resolution to allocate funds from the South Carolina opioid settlement. All right, we have a motion by Councilman Passmore and a second by Councilman Glover. Any questions about this? I think that was pretty evident. Okay.
Have an amount there, Audra? Is there an amount?
Yes, sir, there is 669, 194, 31. 31 cents.
31 cents.
31 cents.
All right, seeing no further questions, all in favor? And that is unanimous. All right, last of the resolutions is 2026-35, a resolution authorizing the county administrator to execute a memorandum of agreement to engage in discussions about improvements and usage of the Battle of Port Royal Island site, subject to appropriate approval and securing of funding.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Cunningham and a second by Councilman Bartholomew. You beat him to it. Okay. Any questions regarding or comments regarding this? Yes, ma'am.
I'm not going to repeat everything I said committee, but in the document, it said 300 and something thousand. And we were told by Stephanie that it's 1.8 million. And now I understand it might be even more because to demolish that building, there's asbestos possibly there. So we're talking about probably $2 million that we have not budgeted. So I know this is to engage in discussions and select a subject to appropriate approval. And Mr. Passman brought up the fact that it's not in this year's budget, so it could be discussed for next year. And my other concern is 20 people a day, we talked about that, are allowed on the land, and I don't see that as a passive park. I don't know that it's an appropriate investment of our funds for this. Those were my comments.
Yes. Go.
I just want to say that it's not just a passive park or an investment of money, it's the protection of a battlefield and honoring the soldiers out there. This authorizes the administrator to negotiate what the end result looks like. It could be scaled down, but there could be significant contributions coming in from the private sector that offset the taxpayer expense. At the end of the day, we don't know what it's going to look like. This is just merely authorization to continue the conversation and reach some basic level of understanding to move forward. But, I just want to say this is not just about an expenditure of money. This is honoring hallowed ground in a battlefield where men are buried right here in our backyard.
Any other?
I understand all that, it's still an expenditure.
Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
How
Yes,
long
sir.
will this process take till they reach an agreement? Could this be in the next fiscal year?
Would have to be.
Well, for us, it would have to be because we have the money. But is that a logical thing to expect to have happen? Yeah.
Would you like to address that?
Yeah, it's unclear exactly how long it would take them. Their goal was to have this finished by January 2029, but the size and the cost would be very dependent on how long it would take to finish. It's kind of unpredictable. I was told originally the permitting process can take 12 to 18 months, but this is dependent upon your approval and the securing of funding, which has not been completely established. I know that in talking with the 250th committee, they have already looked at ways to scale the project down. So it's really, they're happy to discuss that with you, I'm sure.
We have time, is what I'm saying. They're not, it's not an urgent matter for them to receive this funding, right?
Mr. Moore, do you have any comment?
Is that right?
Oh.
It's not urgent for them to receive this funding in 90 days?
Yeah, correct.
There's no funding.
Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you. I was just going to point out that, obviously, we've already, to your point, we've had the budget this year. This would probably be in the CIP, and it's going to, go up against other projects. But certainly, we could have an agreement, negotiate some type of agreement, but in terms of committing funding, that would obviously be a council decision down the road, should you all choose to fund the demolition of the building and some of the other items. But at least at this point, we would have an official means of having dialogue with this group, so.
Thank you. All right, do we need a roll call vote or just a show of hands?
The hand should do it.
All right, all in favor by show of hands to take this step, all right?
yeah.
That is unanimous, thank you. And at this time, we have no further business on the regular agenda, but we are going to
Can I
go into executive session.
just to let everyone know,
You gotta gavel out, okay.
we have our public facilities coming up next week. One of the things I'm gonna start working on to give you guys a heads up, so you're not blindsided by it, is looking at options for, now that we have a soccer facility, a baseball facility somewhere in the community, so we can actually hold tournaments here. So just so you guys know, it's something to be discussed.
Mr. Moore, can I ask, will someone from the county, be at the ATAX meeting tomorrow to possibly put in a proposal to study this?
It's a multi-million-dollar generator.
You're talking about state.
Because we missed local, but state ATAX, the meeting is tomorrow, and somebody has to be there. So if we want to, secure state ATAX money to fund the study for this kind of proposal.
Yeah, so a project like that is a minimum of 5 ball fields. You're talking $20 to $30 million to be able to do it, but it is a tax generator. It lets us hold tournaments here in Beaufort County. Right now, we're sending our kids to Greenville, Charleston,
Shipyard.
Myrtle Beach, Savannah, and we're losing their revenue here when our teams, actually ours just finished 3rd in the entire country, World Series, so for their age group. And they're playing all over the state. We're losing that opportunity here. So it's just something that I want you guys to know that's the next step we're planning on looking at.
I commit somebody there in terms of, can I commit to getting $5 million, or I can't commit to that, but.
No, but
we'll
have
s-
somebody there. so
We'll
we
have
can-
somebody, yes, ma'am, we'll have somebody there.
Okay, we need a motion to go into executive session, please? Or do I need to adjourn a second?
Thank you for that moment,
That
Alice.
continuation of the next, well, no, it was added to the agenda.
It was already added to
It was
the
added,
agenda.
I added it.
We already added it, so,
Gavel out.
we-
Needs to be a motion second for executive session.
all right. I'm gonna gavel out of this meeting.
No, we were still, it was added to the.
It was added to this meeting.
Okay. So we're going into executive session. There may or may not be.
Well, we need a motion.
I'll make that motion to go to
What do you mean?
executive session.
I'll second it.
Oh, we already
Now we
did.
need a
just
vote
made
to
it.
go into executive
All right.
session.
I need a vote to go into executive session.
And you want to state the
And the grounds is the item we did not cover earlier.
Items on
Two
the
items on there that we did not cover in executive session. Well, yeah.
And just to confirm, Ms. Audra will be at the meeting tomorrow.
We have to have a vote to go into executive session, all by sign of hands to go into executive session. All right, we are going into executive session, and there may be items to come
It's so
out.
hard. Go.
I hope not.
I'm glad you told me that, because I didn't realize.
I don't care.
Items to come out of executive session. Do I have a motion?
You do. This is a request made by the treasurer for salary increases for the Treasury, for the Treasurer Department's employees. I move the council authorize the Beaufort County Treasurer to award the Treasurer Department employees the 3% salary increase for fiscal year '27 as requested by the treasurer, which will be considered to be a 1% COLA and a 2% merit increase, and that the 2% salary increase be authorized effective for July 26, in conjunction with the COLA increase rather than on the anniversary of the employee assuming their current position. And further, that no additional merit increase be approved by the treasurer without consent of council.
Do we have a second?
I'll make the second, but you said 2% increase, and I think you meant a total of 3%.
I did say a 3% salary increase for '27 as requested, which will be considered to be a 1% COLA and a 2% merit increase, and that the 2% merit increase be authorized effective for July 2026.
Right, the merit increase,
Okay,
gotcha.
and you will second that,
I will
Councilman
second
Passman?
that.
Any discussion or questions regarding this motion? Do we need a roll call vote?
I don't think so.
All right. All in favor, show of hands. All right, and that is unanimous. Thank you.
Sarah, you want this?
Do I need to make a motion?
Can I ask why we have 4 deputies tonight?
This meeting is adjourned of executive session. Thank you.
I don't want the sheriff.